All right, what's going on, everyone? We're gonna start a painting session in a moment here, as I get set up. I'm gonna start painting here in a few moments. But how's everyone doing? Happy New Year! New school year. It is a new school year for many people. Let me see. Why is this cord stuck? I don't understand. Why is this cord always stuck? Alrighty then. Alrighty then, as the late great Jim Carrey would say. Alrighty then. Speaking of which, these gloves come in absolutely fantastic, but they expired in 20. They expire October 2025. Hopefully, I paint enough by then to get through all of these gloves. But these gloves come in packs of 1,000. I usually get these in packs of 1,000. It's got 100 gloves in each box, which means you get 50 uses if you use both hands. So you get 50 uses. Painting is definitely one of those things where it helps to figure out the extra things that you need to consider for painting, such as gloves, cleaning supplies, all sorts of other creative things that need to go into your paints and stuff. And we're gonna paint today. There's no vitamin D today. Although I get natural sunlight into my apartment, I'm not going to step out to get any vitamin D. Today is going to be a painting day. We're going to be in all day. Be a painting recluse. That's the one cool thing about being an artist today, though, is that you can be both a recluse and social, right? Like, I could be a recluse and I could still stream, and it would seem like I'm not a recluse, but what if I was? You would never know. You would never know. All right, so I like where the ear's at. Some details I want to tighten up around the ear. You know, as I'm studying this piece, there's just like so much that's so different from the original. I feel like it would take me years to try and figure out how to do it like the original. But anyway, let's see what we could do about her hair. So I want to work on her hair a little bit. Let's give her some hair details. So let's spend extra time on her hair today. And we're gonna go open up our supplies. Good thing it's nice and cool in Los Angeles, because this means it's only going to be 85 today, which means I can have our windows open, our doors open, and be able to breathe comfortably. Let me get rid of some of our supplies here. Hold on one second, people. Bear with me as I clean out my space in this area. Okay, gonna move this a little bit, and let's see, what should we do? Ah, yes, I said I would do the hair. So let me bring this down. One great thing about this easel is I could have a wide range of place to work with. So if if I need to raise it up or down, I can work on the hair, and I get it at my eye level. I could raise it up and work at a higher level. All depends on how you want to work, and that's amazing. That's the great thing about this. So let me see, what kind of brush would I normally not use? I want to use a brush that I wouldn't normally use. Let's go with this one. This is a brush that I might not normally use. Let me wipe it down real quick. All right, let me try to find this hair here. We're gonna go like this, and let's see how I can get this hair nice and wispy looking. We try to find some greens, maybe some really dark green on top of this black here. Okay. Using a nice flat brush. I'm just gonna work on getting the shapes of the hair that I see. Let's get some dark shadows coming around front here. Keeping my paint nice and wet. Supposedly, Bouguereau, I haven't figured out the exact pronunciation of his name yet. I haven't searched it. I've heard a couple of different pronunciations: Bouguereau, Bouguereau. I'm pretty sure it's Bouguereau. But that said, supposedly he used paints that dried really quickly. He used some sort of substance that made his paint dry really quickly. And I would guess that it's just some combination of turpentine. And therefore, I'm using a very, very wet medium right now. Mixed with a lot of turpentine. I'm going to use this to try and capture some of the details, the subtle details here. So we're going to come around, and this is going to go up a little bit. We're going to go up with this. Start capturing some of the braiding. The braiding is going to be fun. And the braiding is just going to be a mix between just finding just the right shadows and just the right other details. Some combination of shadow and other. This section should be like right there. Should go right above the ear. That's pretty accurate, like right there. Just working on the braiding in her hair right now. And then onto the next section just behind her ear. It's going to go nice and dark. Get a nice dark shade. It comes around. And let's see, this is going to come around right behind her ear. Such a detailed-oriented, so detailed, so much detail in Bouguereau's paintings. A little too much. He was actually shunned. They didn't like him. The Impressionists didn't like him because he was too academic. And I get it. Things change, right? Tastes change, flavors change. Flavors change for decades, years, even centuries. But you know what? I think we live in a good time in human history where almost all types of art can be appreciated, whether it's good or bad, high effort, low effort. It's all, we've all got audiences. You got audiences all around. Omizu paints. The greatest live view attendee on the planet. The greatest live view attendee. So, any thoughts on art that you've come up with during your recent streams, Omizu? Have you figured out what you're gonna do with the creation of excellence yet, or the destruction of excellence? I feel like I think I remember you saying that you were gonna do something with it, and you already knew exactly, but did you say you're gonna wait until you finally finished your other painting? Which I don't think. Are you ever gonna finish that? Do you have a deadline? Have you set a deadline for yourself on that painting? Masterpieces take time, of course. But I'm just so curious. A regular Amizu says a regular customer. Regular viewer, regular attendee, supporter. I should only be so lucky. So guess what I'm drinking, people? What's up, Joshua? Check out my Once a Princess, Always a Princess cup. There we go. I should advertise this mug right now. I should offer it for sale. Oh yeah, you're gonna do a collaboration with your buddy? That's cool. All right, dude. I look forward to seeing it. I look forward to seeing and hearing more. That's so cool. Do they know about the piece already, or did they already offer to do it, or are you just assuming that they will? I'm just curious. I would love to know the details of what's going on. And if it's a secret, fine, whatever. You know, keep it a secret, but I would love to hear more about your thoughts as to this collaborative occasion. Sent them a pic of it. It sounds like they're willing to help out. All right, cool. Is this piece a commission? No. This piece is not a commission. But I'm sure I could sell this piece. I'm 100% sure that I could sell this painting if I, took it to a fair or just went out in a street. It's all a question of how much I can sell it for. I'm 100% sure, 1,000% sure that there's somebody on this planet that would buy this piece after I finish it. And I'm not trying to be like, I'm not like, it all just comes down to the price, right? It's just one of those things where like, there's like, how can someone not want to buy this piece? Even if they weren't like a collector, you would just see this image, know that it was hand painted, and I would, it's that's one thing I'm realizing about this piece though, especially as far as like selling art goes, is sometimes it's not about whether your art will sell or not, it's just about finding the right audience and how much you're willing to offer your pieces for. But this is going a little bit beyond the scope of like, regular stream talk. But sometimes that's just the situation, right? It's just someone will buy your artwork. It's almost certain. Like, I'm sure if I begged Amizu, just as a hypothetical situation, right? I'm sure that if I just begged Amizu, like groveled at his feet and was like, "Amizu, please just buy this painting," and I'll give it up for any price. Amizu would probably shell out at least like a couple $100s for this, but I would definitely sell it for more than a couple hundred. But if I just begged Amizu, like so desperate for whatever reason for a couple $100s and I need to get rid of this piece, I think Amizu would buy it. Now that's not how much I'm selling it for. I'm not selling it for a couple $100s, but just a hypothetical situation. But thank you, Josh. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yes, thank you. You know what? I really thought that I wouldn't do academic realism. So I want to say now, and this is just for discussion, Josh. I'm not trying to like correct you or like tell you anything. This is just for discussion. Now since I've been working on this piece, since I've been working on this piece, I've definitely been thinking of the difference between academic realism and uh, and like traditional. This is traditional academic realism. I feel like I've done realist paintings before, but not quite this level of academic realism, if that makes sense. And there's a difference, there's a difference between classical academic realism and the realism that we typically see, and then there's a difference between hyperrealism. So this painting has really opened my view on the differences. Are you alright, Kat? And here we go. So let's see. Put it up for auction. Michael has $1 on it. Misa's gonna wait for me to destroy it. You just Do I not like doing realism? You know what? I think I just in general, you know what? In general, I don't like doing realism, but yeah, you know what? Now that you mentioned it, yes, that's right. I just generally don't like doing realism because uh it doesn't feel like it just doesn't feel like expressive enough. It doesn't feel I don't know. In general, I don't like doing realism, but people can change, right? Like people can change. Am I allowed to change my interests? Yes. Are you allowed to change your interests? Yes. Maybe I do change. But I don't like to do photograph realism. I think. Like, if I see a photograph, I won't want to, copy a photograph. I don't like doing realism based on, like, photocopies, I guess, is another way of possibly interpreting my interests. So, what's up, Michael Wilbur? You haven't heard from you in a while, dude. What's up with you? Michael Wilbur just popping in on a Sunday afternoon. You sent your paintings to auctions at times. That's a good idea. I might have to consider that. But I feel like if you do an auction, don't you have to be like a known artist? If you go to an auction, like people have to like recognize your work, right? Or recognize your name. Could be wrong, I'm not sure. Never done it before. Never tried to take my work to an auction. So let's see here. We're gonna go right around here. Get a little bit of a highlight. Let's get some of these little details here. Do I have a local state fair entered into an exhibition? Well, here's the thing: is I don't think I can enter this into an exhibition because this is a copy. This is a master copy, a study. I don't know if they would let me enter it in an exhibition, but if there was something, I would give it a shot. into the salon of Los Angeles, salon, the salon, salon, salon. So out walking doggies. I changed the figure so it's no longer master copy. It's postmodern art. The elk. You got elk? All right. Well, hey, now that Omizu has mentioned it, I might give it a shot. We'll see. We'll see what the if the local fair reaches out to me. The local fair reaches out to me, I might just, submit this. The opportunity is there. I would totally consider it. But we're going to get in here with some of our hair details. So let's go. Let's see if there's any places that I can place this on the front of the hair here. I don't like this part. It's a little too flattened. Yeah, I would totally credit the work. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm very transparent. You really, Amiza, you really think that I would enter this piece without putting after Bougereau? You really think I would do that? I'm probably the most transparent art streamer on the entire internet that actually has that actually has that actually, streams and actively posts. You know, like how many artists that are posting online don't say that it's AI, don't say that they use another reference model pack, don't credit anything. I mean, there's so many. There's so many artists online that don't give any credit whatsoever to their inspirations, their sources, their anything. I think it's bad. By the way, that's part of the reason why I'm not anti-AI, by the way, just for discussion, just for the sake of the discussion, part of the reason why I'm not anti-AI is because I know that there are already thousands of artists out there who have just been stealing work and not crediting it for years. Like it's not like, therefore AI doing the same thing. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but artists have already been doing this for years, copying other work and not, giving credit for it. And that's why I don't feel bad for those artists if they, lose work because uh, they were already doing it. Now, there are some artists who really, really put a lot of time in and, try to create something meaningful. But all right, so Michael Wilbur has sent some work into a gallery. Amazing, Michael Wilbur. Michael Wilbur, you're not, are you able to show us, or is it NDA? Is it secret? Do we have to go visit Yellowstone in order to see your masterpiece here, or are you open to sharing with us what this wonderful piece that you've created, or are you still trying to keep the mystery of Michael Wilbur? So I'm trying to make this hair feel a bit more natural. You could see the separations and the shadows, but I just want it to feel a bit more natural here. Michael Wilbur says it might end up in China. Okay. Who's sending inappropriate messages? Omizu, you got flagged for an inappropriate message. That's your last warning, Omizu. Just kidding. You hear there's an artist who takes original paintings, trains AI on their artwork to generate new digital images of their artwork. Yeah? And how does that... How does that make you feel? I mean, it's transformative enough, right? Was it Michael that got flagged? Let's see. Oh. Oh. I see. Michael Wilbur made a comment about a nationality. Has anyone ever been that kid that when your sibling or someone else does something wrong, for some reason you always get the blame for it? I feel like that's probably Omizu. I know, Omizu, you said you have sisters. So I could see that being the case. I could see that being the case. Where if anything ever went wrong in your family, that you would get the blame for it. I'm an only child. But I know my girlfriend and her family, she was the one who always got in trouble. But the one thing about being an only child is, what, good or bad, you get all the blame for everything. So I guess that kind of like is a good thing in a sense that you never feel bitterness towards a sibling for either for you getting all the blame, or causing trouble or whatever. You never feel any bitterness, but you're just an only child, which growing up as you get older, that kind of maybe that kind of sucks. I don't know. I mean, everyone's got different relationships with their siblings, right? You was way older than your sister, so you're out of the house. Okay. Michael Wilbur asking a question about what's a person from China called? Yes, they're Chinese people. Yes. Again, I don't know why it was flagged, Michael. But YouTube, YouTube really is cracking down lately, and they need to. I feel like YouTube has so much money, they got to crack down on something. Maybe it's a little overly sensitive. I have my filters set to basic. Yeah, YouTube flagged it. I don't know what to tell you, Michael. I don't know what to say other than the fact that yes, YouTube flagged it. You got flagged. You got flagged. That's it. You're done for. Michael Wilbur is on the watch list for saying that someone from China will probably buy it. Oh, the visitors are Chinese and they'll probably buy it. Only Omizu can put you in timeout. I'm hands off. My hands are busy. Can't you see I'm painting? I don't have time to put Michael Wilbur in timeout. All right, here's something that I don't usually do. Is I'm going to take a very bright color. We're just going to add little strands of highlight and just see where this brings us. So we're going to bring a little strand of highlight right over here. Maybe even darken this a little bit more. Add these little strands of highlight here. I like how Michael's trying to explain himself, as if Michael feels guilty. Oh, that's too bright. Look at that big white streak there. That should not be like that. So we got some adjustments to make, but actually this needs to be dulled down a little. This shade of the shade here, just dull down just a little bit. Let's bring this in. Get some highlights up there, a little highlight right here. When you were younger, people thought you were Chinese or Mexican. Put a hairpiece. Which side of the world is Omizu? Parade. What's up, Parade? I don't think this brush is gonna work, but just going after it anyway. Should be using a flat brush of some sort. I mean, I don't think mixing up different different types of Asian people would be that off, right? Like mixing up people as either Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. I don't think that's that off. Or Thai, Vietnamese, because I mean, me being Chinese, I don't always get it, but like some people will think I'm Chinese, some people will think I'm Japanese, or they'll ask me if I'm Korean, or so I understand when people can't, even Asian people can't figure out sometimes. It's a guessing game among Asians. Are you Chinese? Are you Japanese? Asian like older Asians love to play the game. Are you the same type of Asian as me? Right? I think older Asians love playing that game. Any Asian like person over the age of 50 loves to take a guess as to whether I'm the same type of Asian as they are. Whether it's Vietnamese, Chinese, Taiwanese, um, Thai, Japanese, Korean. And you know what? Like, if you really look at me, I don't look Korean or Japanese. Like, if you really analyze it and you're like, okay, I could see why not. But I still get it, right? Like, people still ask. Not often, but people over, like, older Asians over 50 still try, in America at least. All right, so some good things going on, some not so good things. I need to find some more a more natural transition into the hair, but we can let the hair sit for a little bit, and let's work on the let's work on the body. Let's actually work on the feet. We haven't really touched the feet. So let's raise this. This is the wonderful thing about our meet and easel here, is that I can raise this. And I can raise this and work on the feet at eye level. Isn't that great? So Japanese Filipino ethnicity, but you grew up in America. Yeah. Josh likes highlights. Great, cool. Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. I love all the wisdom that comes to me from all of my wonderful, wonderful viewers. And honestly, like if someone, even when I paint in plein air, like if people come up to me and they're like, they have things to say, I'm like, great. I love hearing those things. It's just when they hover and then they're like overly evaluating that it gets kind of annoying. But I've had some great advice from people just popping in to say hi and being like, oh, I think the color you're looking for is blah, blah, blah. So let's try to find some greens here. We're going to find like a green, darker green here.
Hello.
We're going to go like this. Why am I adding this green? Because this green is going to help me establish some shadow. A little bit of shadow, just a little bit. The problem is that I think what happens with this painting, what's happening, that's causing me to have to test all these different ways, is it was originally the original originator, aka Bouguereau. I think Bouguereau painted this with grisaille, a technique where you use gray to do an underpainting, and then grisaille, imprimatura, whatever you call it. So he did it with an underpainting, which was he was able to like bring in all of these like subtle shadows, and then when you paint over it, you get this effect. So since I didn't do that, I have to create it now on top of the previous painting and try to find it naturally. Grayscaling, yeah, grayscale. Amizu says Filipino. Well then, is it, but technically isn't Filipino a mix of Spanish and Chinese? Like Spain Spanish and Chinese? Or some Asian culture. I'm not sure which one. So let's see. Let's find a nice shadow. Padvane. Padvane, hello. Thank you. I do not speak is that I can't tell what language. I don't know if that language is Arabic or Hindi. Is Hindi a language? Alexa, is Hindi a language or is it called Hindu? Alexa, what's the main language of India?
The official languages of India are English and Hindi.
Hindi, yes, that's the
Tamil,
language.
Bengali, Malayalam, Marathi, Punjabi, Kannada, Gujarati, Oriya, Assamese, Maithili, and Tula are also spoken.
Maybe that's Bengali. I can't. Persian. Oh, it's Persian. Okay, there we go. Yeah, see, so, I can't, unfortunately, I can't tell all the different languages. Very cool. Persian. Thank you for informing me. Padvane. Well, hello. Thank you for visiting Padvane. I did a painting for a Persian wedding. That was very exciting this past year. They sure know this family sure knew how to throw an amazing wedding. It was probably one of the most grand, beautiful weddings that I've ever seen in my entire life. It was like their ceremony. I painted the ceremony, but their party, the after party, was like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. It was just so beautifully done. One of the most astonishing, beautiful weddings I've ever seen. This Persian wedding, this Iranian wedding. What was the reaction? What was their reaction to the painting? They loved it. They loved it. They loved my painting. They loved my artwork. So here we go. We're gonna go build some white into this now. Did I paint horns on a little devil? Yeah, I did. By the way, I'm trying to think of a name here. I've got a couple options for names. I got a couple of options for names. Girl playing with trouble. So instead of girl defending herself against arrows, it would be girl playing with trouble. Or girl defending herself against trouble. Or I was gonna be like, I'll leave the name up to the universe and like put it on Reddit and or even YouTube and offer to let other people name it. Not name the whole painting, just the last part. Arrows, like name this figure. You can name it Johnny or Freddy or Tommy. Girl defending herself against Tommy. Or girl defending herself against Michael. Or girl defending herself against, you know, whatever. I haven't figured out this character's name yet, but I might actually consider leaving it either open or some sort of like vote or poll. I don't know yet for sure, but just know that I am potentially open to your ideas, people. So just know. It's got a little bit more white going. Give her some more pasty feet here. Joshua, you have to find an Amico gas station. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, Padvane. Padvane, do you want us to plug your channel? If you're over the age of 18, I will plug your channel. Let's go take a look at Padvane's channel. I don't know if Padvane is still here. Then he could tell us about all his stuff. Let's see. Padvane. Let's go to my YouTube channel. Oh yeah, I should also add. Let's see. We're gonna go view channel. I'm gonna go boom into my stream. I want to plug something here real quick. I'm gonna plug this. Almost forgot to plug this. Free trial membership of Audible. But before that, let's go ahead and actually visit, after that, let's go ahead and visit Padvane's stream. Go to channel. Let's all look at Padvane's stream. Wow. Look at that. Padvane, the artiste. And Padvane obviously also does portraitures with pencils. Very cool. Look at that. Padvane. Portrait live, portrait oil painting. Very nice. Wonderful. Look at the beautiful use of colors there. I don't know any of these words, but I hope they're all good words. Very nice. Padvane. Look at it. Look at this amazing pencil drawings. Let's see. Does Padvane have other stuff? Oh, so do the lives. Let's take a look at the recent live. Oh yeah, look at that. Woo! What a great portrait artist. There we go. Look at that fine detail. Very cool. Very amazing. All right. So that's Padvane. Definitely check her out, Padvane Art. I don't know if it's the same thing on Instagram or whatever. Yeah, hey, if you want, feel free to type in, just like type it in and say, "Hey, everybody, visit my Instagram," and then type in your @. So is it Parvane Art? Feel free to type it in. You can promote, plug your channel. You could do all those things. You could put whatever you want into the stream here. Promote your channel, promote your work. Don't be shy. Maybe even try to steal my viewers. Try to steal my viewers. Parvane, if you want to steal Michael Wilbur can go to your channel. I will be glad to have Michael Wilbur go to your channel. Just kidding. Michael Wilbur, you're awesome, man. I hope you stay with me forever and ever and ever and ever and never view another live stream again. My channel only. Forever. All right. Well, anyway, in a more serious light, let's see. Let's paint the feet. I was painting the feet. Let me see if I can start adding some details into the feet. So I'm gonna start to add some details, and that's how we're gonna. All right, Parvane Art is new to YouTube, yet you have so many viewers. That's amazing. That's great. It took me 6 years to get just a few hundred views per video. And you're new. You're doing great, Parvane. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. Push it to the next level. What's it going to take to get your videos to the next level? That's because it took me years, and great job. You must be doing something right. You are definitely doing something right. So congratulations. That's amazing. Also, I will say that if I analyze the reason why it took me that long, it's because I never really focused the niche. I never, focused on a niche until recently. So, I started with product reviews, short films, reading the newspaper, reviewing books. Like, I tried all these things before I finally focused on one thing. So, I can understand why the YouTube algorithm would be, a little concerned about me. They would be a little bit, concerned or unsure of me. I would understand that. I would understand why. So I'm actually going to elongate this foot a little bit. Let's go on the outer ridge of this foot here. You've been on here for 16 years. Omizu's still working. Time to unsub. Is your YouTube channel like your FICO score? Well, like, you know, if I think the reason, well, you know, there's many reasons, but you know, initially, right, when I first started my YouTube channel, it was definitely I wanted to make like really just short films. You know, I was hoping that it would be a good little springboard for short filmmaking. But it's really it can be really complicated to make short films and keep it going. So I've since had to transition from short films to other things. So yeah, I mean, YouTube views are important. If you want to make YouTube like, you know, a thing for you, a source of income, an opportunity, I mean, it's important. Your views are important, right? Like, I've never not said that that YouTube views aren't important, right? Because I do see YouTube as an opportunity for many artists, which is why I think, you know, most artists should stream. I wonder if, like, you know, sometimes I see guys on Instagram, like older artists, who, you know, are doing like reveal videos and like trying to sell their work, and they're much older artists and they're selling their work. And, you know, it makes me wonder, like, you know, they're like 70 years old, so they 70, 80 years old, and they've been, you know, making art for who knows how many years. And they're so active on social media. I'm like, wow, that person, I wonder, like, if they had social media when they were just starting, how much they would post. They would probably post a lot. Like, social media and like all these things are great. Great for artists, I think. I'm not talking, I know I said 70, 80 years old. I'm not talking about Michael. Literally, like, other artists. One. So how do I navigate this? So we're gonna get our big toe right over here. It's gonna come to the corner. All right. Huh?
I gotta put shoes on first.
Okay. If I'm selling without social media, then you don't have. That's true. If you're selling without social media, then you don't have to worry about such things. That's true. But the way you know, like the way I see it is, you know, it's social media is just another way to start building your brand. You know, so you don't have to depend solely. Like, we all know that the entire game is changing. Galleries are shutting down. You know, Omizu, you know this, right? Galleries are shutting down. Big galleries. I'm not talking about just like, you know, mom and pop galleries, but like the whole game's really changing. And I think an artist has to be on social media just to stay up with it. I mean, unless they're already established. If they're already established and you're already represented by David Zwerner, Gagosian, Hauser and Worth, whatever, you know, if you're already represented, great. That's awesome. Fantastic, right? If you're already represented, you don't got to worry about it. You're already in the system. But if you're not, you got a lot of work to do. And a lot of work to do.
Bye.
All right, later, babe. See you later. Like Michael Wilbur, Michael Wilbur's got his system. He doesn't need social media. He doesn't need social media. I do. I need social media. And even if like I'm not selling directly my paintings directly on social media, people that have purchased my paintings follow me and that I've met in real life. I mean, they kind of stay connected with me through social media, even if it's not necessarily someone that found me through the internet. All right, how do I do this section right here? We're gonna go down. But hey, take care, Joshua. Later. Thank you, Parvane. Thank you. Again, anytime someone says this work is incredible, I just want to say, give credit to the original artist. So, this is, I think, what I've learned from this is doing this master study of Bouguereau. I think that's why you can tell the difference between a great artist and just good art is the fact that if I'm able to copy a piece and it looks amazing, it's not, and it looks amazing, that's because the original artist did such a good job that you'd have to like really, really, really try hard to mess it up. And it comes down to a lot of things visually, I think, right? Like yes, I'm painting this, it looks good, I'm the one who did it, right? I'm the one who's doing this piece. But I feel like even before I reached this point in the painting, just the first initial copy, the first initial phases of copying it, it was already looking pretty decent, right? Whether it be the color combinations or the composition or the way the figures are like organized. Like I think I did a great job. Thank you, Michael. But I also think like I'm still sticking to this idea that the original artist did such a great job putting all the colors together that if you at least try and just like capture some specific details, like it's gonna look just compositionally, it's gonna look very special. But yes. Wilbur's still waiting for an Emmett. Michael, I've got a bunch of Fergusons waiting on you. Got a bunch of Fergusons. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. If you're ever going to be ready. What color is this? Okay. Bunch of Fergusons with your name on it. If you want one, let me know. You will get one. Michael Wilbur knows my body of work, so You know my body of work, dude. If only Michael Wilbur would like, express his expectations in a more detailed way. But Michael, if you're able to express your expectations in a detailed way, I might one day be able to people please you. But if you can't do that for me, I don't know. I can't. I just don't have the ability to read your mind, bro. Let's see. Work on these feet, build these feet up here. Michael Wilbur's gonna write an essay on abstract piece. Michael Omizu's gonna write an essay? I didn't know you wrote Omizu. Didn't know that. Alright, so I want to find a nice brushy brush. And these feet are really I'm struggling with these feet. Not because of the foot shape, but because of the actual composition of them. Let me see if I can add like an undercolor, just a little darker undercolor here. We're just going to come down. That. The undercolor right there. Another undercolor behind it. You still here?
Yeah, I think it's the bathroom. Come on,
Still here?
all of a sudden.
Okay. You are still here. Wow. Okay. Now let's see. I think we're starting to get the foot shape just a little bit better. I'm going to build into this. Mona Lisa's not his best work. Write an essay. No, Michael, if I want to sell you a real Ferguson, I would sell you this as a triptych. So I have the red, yellow, blue version of this. Red, yellow, blue. You can only buy it as a triptych. This is an original. This is the true Emmett Ferguson. That's what you're really looking for. Real Emmett Ferguson. All right, let's try to find our feet here. I'm gonna go. Then we're gonna go to this next section right here. Another toe right there. I need some real feedback. So, does anyone who's viewing, like, does anyone feel like I can't accept compliments? Because for me, when someone like compliments me and I'm like trying to talk about what I've learned, I don't know. Like, I know some people could be offended, right? Like, if you like don't take a compliment properly. But I'm not like trying to deflect compliments. It's more so me trying to like really break down what the the techniques or the ideas were that help to bring about the solution. Or more importantly, rather than whether I can accept a compliment, maybe like do I do it in the right way? Do I do it in a way that's like positive, in a way that adds value? All right, let's fill in this space around the foot, shall we? We're gonna fill in the space around the foot. No vitamin D today. Today's gonna be like an all paint day. That's my goal, is to just paint as much as I can today. Is this a round brush? Ah, yes, this is a round brush. I don't know how many hours I can go for, but we'll see. Let's grab. I'm gonna throw down some of this ultramarine so that I have it. Throw down this ultramarine. We've got a yellow. Need some more muted colors. We've got this gray. So let's put our white into our gray here. Grab a hint of green. Bring that into our gray. Gray out our green. All right, and here we go. We're just gonna go nice shadow right over here. Let's get it nice and liquid, actually. I don't want this to be... Let's grab a yellow ochre here. Make our yellow ochre nice and wet. Let's go right around here. Get it even wetter. It's not wet enough. Just get it into, start to shape out our area here. How much time would it take to finish? Honestly, this is my first one of this size. So this is 30 by 40. It's not the largest painting I've ever done, but it's the largest like of this style that I've done. And it's taken me about almost 20. I've been at this about 20 hours. I want to say I'm probably like 10% done. Anywhere between 10 and 20% finished. 10 to 20%. So like I don't know. I'm thinking 100 hours to finish this piece, or somewhere between 100 hours and 200 is my guess. I don't know yet for sure. This could. I don't know how long. I don't know precisely. I don't have an estimate because this is the first painting that I've done of this style, and this much detail. So honestly, I don't have a number right now. But my guess is it's gonna be about about 100 to 200 hours. 100 I think is like maybe minimum. 100 hours. Is it all going to be a live stream? 99.9%, I can predict 99.9% of it will be a live stream because sometimes I do like, wake up and I'm like, oh, I don't feel like turning on a live stream, but I just want to add this like tiny detail, right? So that could happen, but I think 99.9% of this painting is gonna be totally live streamed. Um, like already I've had like one or two mornings where I just like got up and I wanted to just, put a little detail, just look at it, do something, but I didn't feel like setting up all the cameras. Or, it doesn't even take much to set up the cameras. It's just that's what I wanted to do. Just wanted to do something real quick. No setting up camera. I didn't plan on painting for very long, just like 5 minutes. But that's really rare, so the majority of it will be live streamed, yeah. Where's my favorite brush? My favorite brush, where did you go? Can't live without you, favorite brush. My favorite brush. I think this is a number 2. A number 2 Princeton Catalyst. Probably a 2, because this is a 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is a number 4. So if that's a number 4, this is probably a number 2. Or even a 1. I don't know. Who's honking? Somebody's honking outside my door and they won't stop. Let's see. We're gonna go. Let's bring down some of this leg here. I want to bring this calf up a little bit. Baby is ready to strike. Yeah, the baby. Azam, what's up, dude? Azam. The artists are arriving. Saturday seemed like a good day to paint. The artists are here. All the artists are visiting the live stream today. Look at that. Azam's an artist. And let's see, we're gonna get this foot. Let's try to get some of the shapes down now. Gonna round this out a little bit better. Bring this. Anybody hear that? Somebody's like either honking and really upset at someone, or someone got into an accident. I don't know what's going on. Should I go inspect? Should I go be a nosy neighbor or a considerate neighbor and see what the heck is going on? Ah, there we go. They stopped. I think somebody's about to get in a fight. That's a fighting honk. Someone honks for that long, they want to fight. They're ready to fight. And let's go like this. Just gonna paint in our foot, get our feet details here. So trying to decide how big his foot should be. It should be like right here. Bottom of the foot here. It is, what time is it? It's 11:56. It's noon. Honestly, this painting might even take more than 100 hours. I don't know. I have no clue. Anyway, I think somewhere between 100 to 200 hours will be fair as far as how long this will take. And the amusing thing to me is that it's going to take me like 100, 200 because I don't know exactly, there's so many techniques that are being used in this that I'm trying to like learn. But I actually, if someone actually knew exactly how to do them, they would probably finish this in like much less time. Because if you knew exactly what you were doing, you would be able to just knock it out, right? But I'm going to be, with this painting, I'm going to have so much correcting, right? Because like, here's the thing is, the artist who did this, Bouguereau, he probably spent 100 hours just studying the colors, just studying the figures, and like doing drawings of them. He probably spent 100 hours just doing the initial setup here. And as I copy, and then plus like another 100 hours like figuring out his own unique brushwork. So as I'm copying here, it really is just, it is a lot of time spent, figuring out stuff that he spent hundreds of hours on already leading up to this piece. That's my guess. My guess is that he spent, 100 hours, but I can't know for sure. So this leg, this calf, I think needs to go up a little bit. Yeah, this calf definitely needs to go up. So we're gonna bring this calf up a little. Let's go bring this calf up. I'm gonna go enlarging this calf right here. And then we're going to create this little section right here, give this a little bit more of a roundness. And honestly, I feel like I'm almost making his quads a little bit short. Yeah, his quads are a little small. Maybe if I reduce the width of it. Yeah, let me see. And I'm going to reduce the width of his quad. But now that we have his general foot positioning, I think if we have his general foot positioning, we're in a good spot. So, good time, Omizu Paints. Take care, Pavane. See you next time. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for sharing your artwork, Pavane. Really appreciate it. Pavane, if you want, before you leave, feel free to plug in, like, hey, if you want to buy my art, you can click this link. So if you want to put your link to somewhere people could buy prints, feel free to. Go ahead. I mean, any of my viewers, as long as you're not like malicious about it, feel free to do that any day. Until the day that I say stop. Because you never know. Maybe one day I can't do that anymore. But until the day I say stop, anybody is free to to plug whatever it is that they got going on. You know, go for it. Go for it. Enjoy. Have at it. Tell us what's going on in your lives. Plug your greatest work. Do it. Do it. No regrets. Oh my goodness. I'm probably going to use this whole pack of turquoise because I got to use this pack of turquoise here. Anyone want? Yo, Omizu, did you ever fix that link that I told you about that was broken? Has that been fixed? I'm gonna get on your case about it right now. Getting on Omizu's case. Getting on Omizu's case for having broken links in his on his channel here. So my goal right now is to reduce the overall width of his leg because it makes it look kind of short. Like it makes his thigh look a little bit too short. Which, let's go like this. Let's go for a nice dark shadow going into this section. In the hot seat. When you created YouTube, name Azam was when you were 12. You contemplated the name Azam? Really? Oh, that's cool. Hey, this is a sign. This is a sign that we were meant to connect. A sign. Huzzah. Take it as a sign. Okay. And let's see, we're gonna come around here. Let's darken the space under the foot so we have a couple different variations. So this toe should go right there. This knee. Let's go under the foot here. And let's go in the hot seat. Oh, well, I guess Omizu's not even here, so can't be in the hot seat. Maybe he's going to check on his links. But yeah, Omizu, you know, went to go take a look at Omizu's art for purchase, and there's a broken link. I was offended. How could he have a broken link? Do I play music when I paint? Not very rarely, actually. I'm not listening to music right now. I very rarely listen to music while I paint. One, because YouTube doesn't allow music to be, you get like copyright stuff. And I could listen to headphones, but honestly, I think, I don't know, I just don't. Never got into the habit. I like to just be able to concentrate, not, I don't like to let the music interfere with my process. And I feel like music can do that, is it can influence your work, which wouldn't necessarily be too bad of a thing, but yeah, do I listen to music while I paint? No. Sometimes I want to, but I think I focus better without music. Like, if I'm doing something that I don't like to do, if I'm doing something that I don't, now it depends. Like, I feel like there would be some type of painting that I would do with music. And sometimes I like to yeah, it depends. I don't know. I'm trying to make up stuff. But like, if I was doing expressionist ideas or something creative, like, oh, let me see how music changes my painting, I would definitely listen to music. But I don't know. I just don't. I just never. didn't get into the habit. This drapery has gotten very messy. But we'll figure it out. David Cho has a movie called Dirty Hands. I've never heard of this. I love David Cho's work. I met David Cho one time in a used bookstore. Passed by him and I said, "Hey man, love your art." And he said, "Thank you." And then, yes, and he said, "Thank you." But he was with some friends, so he was with somebody. So I don't want to get too. I don't want to get overly in his space. Yeah, I got to meet David Cho one time. Chill guy. I mean, I didn't really get to chat with him, but I'm sure he would have been. I don't know. I don't know if he would have been cool with me bothering him in that moment. Sometimes living in Los Angeles, sometimes you see celebrities and they're just out and about, and then sometimes you'll probably see them and they're in the middle of something, and you just gotta make your decision on whether it's a good time to try to get a photo or a bad time. So I don't have any photo evidence of the time that I saw David Cho, but I do have a story. I have a story. That's all that matters, right? People only care about the story. Let me try to get some wet turquoise in here. So we're going to go right into here. This movie's like a documentary leading up to all the Facebook stuff. Oh, that's cool. This hitchhiking show is great too. Yeah, he's. I was talking about Amizu and I were talking about this in a different live stream, but man, like if there's any artist that lives that art lifestyle, like totally David Cho. And here's the funny thing is like as I'm painting, I'm like, man, I wish I had all that money to like be an artist and do cool art stuff. But if I really think about it, oh, well, thanks so much, Original Mean Girl. Appreciate you coming in here on a Sunday, and just popping in to show some support. Really means a lot. Keeps me going. It really does. It keeps you going. It really does help keep you motivated. Yes, really does help to keep you motivated. And but as I was saying about David Cho, like I like the thing as an artist. I'm like, man, if anybody can do what David Cho does, right? Like anybody can just like go out and live that art lifestyle if they had all the money in the world. But I beg to differ. I beg to argue that David Cho was already doing all of that stuff before he became wealthy. Before he made like $500 million on Facebook stock, or 200 million. And that's like the truth is, I don't think every artist who says, well, like I could do that if I only had $200 million. I don't think that's true. You'd probably do something else. And David Cho truly is, an incredibly talented, unique, and like uh, talented and unique artist. I guess that's what I have to say. And not every artist would go out and continue to do those things when they have $200 million sitting around. They'd probably try something else. They'd probably maybe sit around, or maybe they just stick to painting or whatever. But David Cho has not. He has totally created an entire, like, that is an artist's life. He has created an entire art life. Yeah, this tail, I still got some work to do, but I mean, the whole painting, I got a lot of work to do. But bit by bit, we will make it happen. Make it this happen. Make it to happen. Make it to happen. Let's see, how is this? Oh yeah, this is gonna come around. Yeah, exactly. I already did everything you wanted to before the money. It's like the bell curve. You always wanted to be on one extreme. Middle is comfort. He wanted to be on the edge. Yeah. Just so amazing. I'm not a big fan of painting fabrics, so this will be a fun little thing for me. Let's go like this. Let's create the shape here. If you're ever in Los Angeles again, yeah, let me know. If anybody's ever in Los Angeles and you want to grab a coffee or something, for sure. I'm totally open to the idea. I'm open to that idea. I think every artist should have their own assistant that likes to paint fabric. I swear that must have been the secret to some That must be the secret to some artists' work, is that they have an assistant who likes to paint fabric. That has to be part of the secret. Friend put diesel instead of petrol. You waited 5 hours till 11. Is this last night? Is this something that happened last night or what? All right, let's see. How can we? Let's actually shape our leaf areas a little bit. So we're gonna grab. I'm gonna grab some yellows here. And as I'm painting this, I'm thinking to myself, like, you know, where, if I can think of a good stopping point, because I can already imagine myself like working this over and over, and like, you know, finding a good stopping point at some point. I could probably work this to eternity. We're going to come down here and get this grassy area around his foot, around his ankle. Went to Sizzlers. Ooh, Korean barbecue. Please. The greatest Korean barbecue is some of the greatest dining experiences on the planet. Just the flavors of Korean barbecue are just the most incredible flavors you could possibly ever have. Just absolutely amazing, delicious food. Korean barbecue is some of the best. Korean barbecue truly is one of the most remarkable things. Food dining experiences. All right, let's try to go right down into here. We're gonna come down with this foot thing. We're gonna go around the foot, top of the toe here. And there we have it. All right, let's go build that up. Building up the space. Yeah, take care. Nice chatting, my friends. Nice chat. Let's go. What's all that right there? That's laundry. Unfolded laundry. Okay. Honestly, this could even be a little bit more narrow. So this could be just a bit more narrow. We're gonna round this out here. And we're gonna go. Just trying to find like a good spot to end this leg thing. We're gonna grab some of our dark blue, this like turquoise color. Try to get right into here. So we're gonna get the shadow coming down. Oh, hey, yo, take care. Take care, Omizu. Take care, dude. Have a great rest of your afternoon. And here we go. So, almost forgot that there's people here. Getting so lost in my painting. So one thing I need to find is like the width of this leg right here. Just so it's a little too wide. Maybe that's okay. Maybe the little bit of width is all right. Just a very thick leg. Is it that noticeable though? It's probably not that noticeable that it's a little bit off. It's a little off proportion. Okay. Laura Dez. Oh, Mizu's not leaving? Oh, is Mizu going to do his own live stream? Oh, Azam's leaving. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. My bad. Take care, Azam. Omizu ain't leaving. Let's see. All right. We got, I think, I'm starting to get the gist of how this is going to look. I've got some of the toe details. Some of these, the feet are starting to come out now. Still not sure about this section. Like this section just looks, his leg just kind of looks kind of stubby. I'm just wondering. Fabric. Ugh. Fabric. All right, here's a fun little experiment. Let me see. Is this wet yet? No. Yeah, this is pretty much dry so far. So we're gonna do some paint overs on here. Let's see what kind of effects we could get. I'm looking forward to this section right now. So, so if you ever look on original painting, and I highly recommend, I think people should definitely be familiar with this artist if you aren't already. But Bouguereau. And if you look at this piece, there's all these like really interesting textures that he has on this wall, and I'm really looking forward to painting over these like little sections, these little raised sections. See what sort of scumbling effects we could get. I don't usually scumble in this way, but we are now. So we're gonna take some wet colors. Some wet turquoises. Let's put this in the center. Blues, turquoise. I don't necessarily know if he scumbled it or what, but let's just go a little bit. Let's do a little detail right here. And let's just see how it looks on top. Alright, it's different. Gives it like a rough look. Gives it a rough look. I don't know how he achieved these specific details. He must have just like used a very messy brush and just like let the paint lay on and fall however it fell, because there's some really interesting textures and looks on the original. I guess if I really think about it, there's some really flat areas too. So let's see if we can make some really flat areas. We're gonna come around here and just make some really flat areas. I mean, he must have done some combination, just like super different combinations of like scumbling and, you know, dry brush work with some wet brush work and just multiple layers. Must have been. Had to have been. Let's try to bring in some yellow. We're gonna bring in a little bit of yellow here. Let's make it a wet brush. Let's see, we're gonna come down here. The only problem with the modern yellows is the modern yellows, you know, a lot of these modern colors probably weren't as available. And he definitely used a lot more neutrals, so that's my fault for trying to pull in these yellows. Let's just see how this rolls over. This rolls over on top of this color. Yeah, it creates an effect. There's definitely like a textured look when you roll a color over these spaces. Maybe be more specific. Maybe I gotta be more specific about how I do it. But these scumbled effects are really beautiful. However he accomplished them. Let's bring in some white. Just ever so subtle areas of white here. Let's just try to see this. Let's go. Nope, that's too much white. Dull this down a little. Gotta dull it. Get rid of this paint booger. Let me go over this blue. Just get this like scumbled look. It's like there's so many little textures. Goodness, so many little textures. But the thing that I'm trying to avoid doing is trying to get the exact thing, because, you know, when I think when you're trying to copy something, like, sometimes the artist, I feel like, as detail oriented and precise as Bouguereau probably was, there was some stuff like this that I feel like he was probably like, you know what, let me just be free and experiment, right? Let me just show the impressionists that I can, you know, make something that's a little bit looser, but I can also, you know, make things that are super clean. And I feel like this section was probably, you know, him just being like, let me be a little loose, but also, you know, show off the different techniques that I'm capable of and not just be like a one-trick pony. I feel like that's what this section represents as far as looking at Bouguereau's work. I could be wrong though. You know, this is just my interpretation. Because like everything else on a painting, just super tight. You know, very clean, super layered. But there's a couple sections in the painting where it's like, where it's just got this beautiful little, these beautiful textures in it. And it doesn't look like every single detail is like drawn out to the T. It does feel like there's a little bit of extra freedom involved. So let's get this gray. We're gonna gray out, dull down, neutralize some of this color here that we have. Let me try to find this color here. Let's see. All right, this could help a little bit. So gray. Just using a nice big brush. I'm using a big brush because I finally looked up like the types of brushes that he would use, and supposedly Bouguereau really liked big flat brushes. So, you know, I'm going with a big flat brush just to play with it. I don't actually know like if he would have used a big flat brush for this section, but I'm just going with it, you know, just whatever I read, I'm just playing with it. And honestly, I think painting with bigger brushes actually builds painting confidence. For those of you that are like, you know, how do I have more paint confidence in my like brush work? I think just paint big, or paint with a bigger brush, because it's gonna force you to not be so stuck on like small details, and you know, help you to advance a little bit. That's just my opinion. I haven't done research. I feel like it helps me whenever. And eventually, you know, if you want to go small for the smaller details, great. But I think it could be very helpful. Let's go like this. We're gonna round this section out a little bit, just to make it look less like a hard edge. That's something that I've noticed in a painting, is that it's not really a hard edge. It's more like a softened edge that kind of goes up here. Now let's find this turquoise again. See if we can get this turquoise blended down. I don't know. I'm not sure about this section yet, but I think it's looking okay. Once we let the colors sort of dry, can really figure things out. And then let me bring some of these dulled colors across here. Turn it at an angle. Some little baby brush strokes going across here. So interesting to think that, you know, Bouguereau was making art at a time when art was really transforming a lot. And, you know, during the Impressionists. And he was actually, people didn't like him. Like the artists of the time really weren't a fan of Bouguereau, because like he was like the academic, right? He wasn't one of the cool kids. And I get it. You know, it's like when art is changing and you're not with the program, it's easy to, you know, make you not a cool kid. But hey, he made a lot of money on his artwork. He made lots of money during his lifetime on his artwork. So it's not like he was failing. He was just not one of the cool Impressionist kids. Lurking, you thought original Mean Girl because you said you need a full laundry. Oh yeah, so no, I was just saying that in my other video there's laundry. You can see my laundry down there. Alright, I'm gonna go do a be right back in like, what's up, Scout? Yeah? What's going on, man? What's up, dude? Huh? What do you see? You hungry? You already ate. You had a big breakfast this morning, huh? How you doing? Getting a good breeze over here? Got a good breeze, pal? That's it. Just wanted to say hello. Just wanted me to say hello. That's it. Yeah. Meow. What's up, man? Hey. What? Alright. Just craving some attention, huh? Craving some pets. Get rid of these gloves. Yes. I shall give you scratches, buddy. Okay. Time for a break. We'll be back. Just give me another few moments, people. I know we're all waiting to see this finished product. It's going to be about 100 hours or so, maybe more. By the way, in case anyone's wondering, probably no one's wondering because did anybody just see my cat bop me on the head? Scout, why are you bopping me on the head, bro? Why are you bopping me on the head, dude? Huh? Why are you bopping me on the head, pal? Look at the camera. What's up? Are you feeling okay? What's up, dude? He's a big boy now. Anybody remember him last summer? Psh, tiny little kitty. Still got little bald ears though. Look at how bald his ears are. Are you shy? Scout, stop being shy. Why are you being shy? You're never shy. What's up, man? All right. What? Okay, fine. Gotta wipe my face off to make sure that the hair doesn't stay. But what was I saying? I could have swore I was saying something mildly meaningful about the work here. I can't remember exactly. Oh, if anyone's wondering, no one's probably wondering because this would be a really random, weird thing to wonder. But what am I drinking? What am I on? I feel like this has been helping me focus a lot lately, but I've been drinking ginseng tea. So I've been making, water with ginseng. water with ginseng, and that's been helping me a lot. These feet look like way too small. I feel like I have to spend some time to make her feet bigger. Right? Her feet should be. Yeah, her feet should definitely be bigger than his feet. At some point, I might have to elongate them. But this is why you spend more extra time on the actual, work of sketching and drawing. So that you don't have to do these fixes. But anyway, I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit so I can maintain my momentum through the night as we paint. I'm aiming for, so apparently Bouguereau would paint for like 10 hours a day. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hit 10 hours, but I'm gonna see what that's like. I want to experiment myself, get into that mindset. I might not be able to do 10 hours today, but let's see if I can get. Let's actually raise this so it could be seen. Let's see. We're gonna go for, at least 7 or 8. Let's go like this. And go into this section. And like this section, although it looks way different than what he did, I actually like it. It's like very playful. Oh yeah, but here we go. Here's my drink of choice. Here's my drink of choice lately. Ginseng tea. Once a princess, always a princess. I got this cup for my girlfriend as a gift from Disney. It's a great cup. I've been using it. And great cup, huge mug. Very large mug. All right, so let's do some painting. Let's get to painting again. Gets to painting. And the great thing about painting the grass and stuff is that there's a little less pressure to get everything just right. So let's do, what kind of brush should we use for this? We're gonna go, this is a flat brush. Yeah, let's go with a flat brush. Let me try to find just the right color of green, the right shades of purple and green. Let's top this off with the turquoise red. So we're gonna find turquoise and try to mix like a purple, like a bright purple here. And we're gonna start with this color. So we're gonna go, can we even brighten that up? I guess if you mix red and purple and blues together right next to each other, you're gonna find what you're looking for. Let's grab some ultramarine, just a hint of ultramarine here. We're gonna go down right into here. Needs to be a little bit darker. Why do I smell like cat right now? And here we go. And then we're going to get the next one. Let's actually add the shadow first. Let's have the shadow first on this one. I could just pull out a purple. I've been buying purples. So why am I not using them? It's a good question. Something smells yucky. The cats need a bath or something. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. So let's go, let me see if I have a violet here. That's mauve. Focus ultramarine. Alexa, what is the color mauve?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, mauve is a pale purple color, somewhere between pink and violet.
Alright, let's go with mauve. Let's go with mauve. Mauve is a good color. It looks like it looks kind of dark for purple, for the purple that I need, but maybe it's gonna give me just the right amount. Alright, dump that back in there. And we're gonna go. Let's go with a highlighted mauve. Highlighted mauve. And then we're gonna go. Yeah, that's actually a pretty mauve, pretty color. And we're gonna come right down here. Could probably even add a hint of ultramarine just to create the shadows and deepen them. Just boom, just like that. Yeah, why not? Get our ultramarine in here. Get some ultramarine variety. Variety is a color. Get the mauve. And now, for our next magic trick, let's get this. Let's get this right here. Highlighter mauve. And let's go to this next section right here. We're just gonna add these flowers in as we go. Add the flowers in first, and then we're gonna work around them. So add these little flowers. Let's see, we got this piece right here, right there, and this little flower right here, and this little flower right here, this little flower right there, and this flower around. So these are where the main sections of flowers are going to go. So now that we've got this color, let's try to find this green to tie this all together here. So we're going to find a nice green. Try to find a good green. Let's bring our ultramarine. What kind of green is this? This is like an almost pale green. Grab our yellow. It's a very muted green. That's the one thing that's hard about copying. That's another thing that's hard about copying Bouguereau or studying Bouguereau, whatever, is that he uses so many muted colors. So you really have to, or at least I do. I have to do like lots of like color mixing in order to get these really muted shades. Because otherwise, it's just there's so much saturation in the paints. Like I can only imagine that the paints that I'm using compared to what Bouguereau was using back in the day are probably so much more saturated because modern technology and just modern technology, paints that have been improved upon and developed over how many years, right? Like 200 years, because when Bouguereau was painting, I think paint tubes were just being invented. They were just getting invented. And I think even the majority of artists were still, trying to make their own paints. What is stinky? Something's stinky. I think picking up my cat was stinky. He needs a bath. That guy needs a bath. Scout, come here. You need a bath. Does anyone ever pick up their cat and they're like, "What is that smell? Why did he poop himself?" Like, I don't know. Oh. He doesn't always smell that bad. It might not even be him, but I'm a little concerned right now. So we're getting pretty specific about the details on these pieces here. I'm gonna go like this, and then once we get the first layer down, just using a nice little flat brush here. Once I get some specific details down, we're gonna add like little bits of highlight, and then we'll figure out like really how to make this stand out. But here we go. We'll build this up. And we're going to come around. Just like that. Add a little spiky section right there. Just copying a lot of what he's doing. Just, seeing what moves he made and just doing my own version. Well, pretty much trying to do my best, just do his version. But a little bit of a change. And how I'm thinking this actually went was pretty sure he does this initial layer just to get the shapes. That's my guess. And then he has another layer afterwards that helps him to establish the rest of everything. Oh my goodness. All right. And let's do this other side here. And I've already gone over this at least once, so this will be the second time that we're working in this section. Let's just go like this. Let's bring this down. All right, here we go. All right, and then we're gonna come like this. And getting these details really just set into motion here. So get like this, get like that. Now let's try to find some paler green areas. So we're going to try to find some ways to make a paler green. Gonna find some greens, so like right into here. That green. Just adding little highlights just to add more dimension to this. And let's try to find some of that in this section. So we're gonna go like that. And then come around. Maybe even more yellow because the surface is wet. The surface is still wet. It's good to find different ways of doing it. So we're gonna go maybe a little too bright, but that's okay. Let's try to find this leaf right over here. Or where can we put this? So we got a leaf right here. And then right there. Let's get some leaves right here. I don't know how he did this. Let's go for a paler color now. We're gonna go on top with the white. Actually, you know, with an off gray color. Let's go with an off gray. Bring in our white here. Let's see if this pale color works here. So we're gonna go right here. Let's go like this. And where can we find some more of these little sections? Okay, like this. taking a bit of a thinner brush right now, more narrow brush, and the goal is to capture some of the little like little strings of maybe a little bit more green, pale green here. Let's go like this. More green, more green. Let's go. $97, dude. It's only 80 something here. I'm in a good place. We're in a good place. We are in a good place. Let's see. Let's find this white turquoise. And we're going to go. Let's go build up some space right under here. We're going to go. Let's get this. Build that up. There needs to be a rock right here. So we're going to go this streak of white here. Let's add some darker shades. We'll be bringing this down right here. Let's go. Let's go. Bring it down. Bring it down. What color was this? This is a fantastic color for what I'm doing. I hope it's this one. Let's go make it a little bit more wet. This paint. No, that's not exactly it, but that's okay. Maybe we'll go with a bigger brush right now. Let's go. It's a good big brush for this. Let's do. That brush is a little too small for what I'm trying to do. We're going to take this really thick brush right here. It's a nice, really thick, bright. I think this is a bright brush. I think it's called a bright because it's really thick and. Oh no, it's just a short flat. But I thought a bright brush is when it's like really short and like really thick, but we're gonna go use this and let's try to find some more design here. So let's free ourselves a little bit and let's just bring in some colors around here. We're gonna brush in some dry turquoises. Get it nice and let's get some textures going, you know? Let's get some textures going right behind the foot. Get some textures going. Some dry techniques. And then we could go grab our yellow ochre, like a whitened yellow ochre. Dulled yellow ochre. Let's go like that. I'm gonna use this color to shade in. A little bit too not dull enough. There is something about his brushwork that's just so amazing. All right, we're gonna clean off this brush. It's not really doing the job that we need. As I'm sitting here, I'm actually like, hey, it's actually kind of, I'm getting tired sitting. Getting tired painting sitting. But let's try a different brush. This brush isn't working. Let's go. Oh boy, making a mess. All right, what brush should we use? Let's find it. Let's use this filbert here. Let's use a smaller filbert. This is a flat brush. There we go. I'm gonna use a nice one of these filberts. Let's see how we can brighten this up. Grab this like turquoise color that we got going on. Nice and wet. Let's go. Maybe I should let this dry a little bit too, so that I can, so that it has an opportunity, so I have an opportunity for myself to paint over as opposed to keep mixing the paint. And honestly, there's probably some splatter work too. Probably used a lot of splatter as well. I'm seeing a lot of stuff being splattered. So very free style. Very precise, but also pretty free as well. That's what I'm seeing. Let's actually bring in some really dark shades. Some darker shadows here. into some of the leaf area so that we could create some dimension. So let's just focus on this piece right here. I'm gonna add a little bit, let's see, let's find a good spot, like right over here. Might be a good spot. Nice leaves like that. Let's go like that. Now let's go right under here. We're gonna add a little bit of a shadow just to right there. That's a good place for a shadow. And then another one right here. And actually some of these top ones maybe just like right into here. Boom. Let's go. Where else? A little right there. Let's go by this piece, and it's going to help us to start to separate more of our areas. Gives us a little bit of drama too, you know. I think this like floor section is a real good area to kind of just like figure out some of your own my own ideas, interpretations of what he's doing. If there's any section, right, the floor probably matters the least as far as like copying precisely. But he does have a very distinct look that's really phenomenal. So I do want to try to pick up some of those ideas. Let's go with a super dark green now. Let's find some super dark greens. Find some super dark greens like right here. Actually, you know what? Bring this more to eye level. Oops. That just hit my ceiling. See? The sound of your easel hitting your ceiling. So this easel actually goes beyond my ceiling. My roof cannot handle the full width of this easel. Let's add some bright greens. Let's see right here. A lot going on there. A lot going on in this little section. There we go. Let's add some more shadow. Finding some shadows in this section, this little piece right here. I'm gonna go underneath right here. Where's this at? Let's just paint over this section. Paint over this section with like a very neutral color here, because what I'm seeing it's totally different. And I think we could learn from this to capture this dirt color with the brown rather than this like highlighted color. Can actually add some into here to make it pop a little bit. And eventually we'll paint over all that. But the plants are actually looking kind of good from a distance. You know, it's the black and the highlights really give it this extra bit of drama that make it look really interesting. The only thing I will say though is if you look at the original and you get really up and close, it actually looks still really good. If you get really up and close to mine, you know, the brushwork isn't quite as masterful. I think it's nice. It's just, you know, there's certain qualities. If I'm, you know, just analyzing my own work, right? And comparing. You don't really want to compare yourself, but, you know, because I'm doing a master copy or master study, you know, it's unavoidable to constantly look at what you're doing and compare it to what the original artist did. And if I'm being totally truthful to myself and trying to really learn and figure out what's going on, sometimes I have to tell myself the hard things. But knowing these hard things, these mistakes, these changes, I mean, you know, on one hand you could go well, this is me. This is how, you know, this is me. This is this is it. This is how I work. This is my personality. You know, this is my work. But then, you know, I could take that route, or you could go like the improvement route. What do I need to do to make it have that look? If you like the look. I'll try to find these golds. Get a nice white highlight here. I'm almost ready to change my shirt because my cat made it stinky. Something, my cat left this stink on me. Let's see how right down here. Nope, need a turquoise. Need this green turquoise in order to capture this look here. So this look that we're going for right here. It's green, but that's okay. It's not turquoise. It's not the color that we're exactly going for, but I really want to figure out how he did some of these other brushy effects. Maybe let me see what I can do if I just take a dry brush and just rub over it without any sort of medium. You can find one of my older brushes. Let's try this. We're gonna rub over it with like a dry. What do you call this? Dry fan brush. Let's just see how a dry fan brush looks. No. Let's see. Let's try something else. So we're gonna take this brush here, nice big brush. Big old brushy brush. We're gonna get some of our green here. Let's dip it in our green. Actually, you know what? Let's mix this color before because this is a little bit of a different technique. We mix our greens, get into our blues. This color might have to be just a little bit more accurate when I get it in. Because what we're going to do is we're going to fling it. Let's fling it. It's working. It's just get it nice and wet. You know what? Instead of using my fingers, I'm going to use this palette knife here to let it fling. It's actually working. Hey, there we go. That's actually looking pretty good. A little bit too bright though. These colors are a little bit too bright. I need to dull them down a little bit. Just a little bit more. Grab a gray. Oh, that's a little too much, but whatever. Whatever. Move this over so I don't get it all over the floor. Get this little guard, the shield here. It's a little too much, a little much as far as the splatter, but I think it actually does give a interesting effect. So we're gonna keep this, but do a little bit more. And let's see what we can do about turning it into something. Let's actually bring in some of this work here. Might as well bring in some of the palette knife work. Yeah, that actually kind of creates an effect. You can work with it. Some little different looks. All right, let's clean this brush off. I mean, clean off the palette knife. We're gonna clean off the palette knife, and let's see what we could do. See what we could actually do with this brush. This is really experimental section because there's so much. You know what? What should we do? Clean off this brush. Let's see if there's anywhere else we can put these colors because I don't want to totally let this brush go to waste. So we're gonna go right in here, just, oh, nice big brush creates actually, you know what, this brush actually creates some nice good hard lines. Some little grassy lines. Actually not too bad. It's actually pretty good. Surprisingly good. See about some leaves here. Now that we've got this, I'm gonna come around and now we're not gonna mess around too much more with this. Just want to bring it down. All right. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 83 degrees Fahrenheit.
One good thing about painting big is it keeps you going. Like I'm painting this, and honestly, I have like no real good excuse to take a break because once I'm working on one section, I can work on another section, right? If I'm done working on one section, there's always another section I go work on. So let's see, what should I do now? Let's take another break and get a progress photo going. What do I want to work on next? We're gonna make some leaves in a few moments. Just do a quick little refresher on this piece. What, Pookie? Come here. What's up? Hey. Come on. How you doing? Why do you smell like cake? What's up, Fern? What you doing, little lady? Talking to me, Pookie? Huh? Talking to me, or are you talking to the imaginary things in the house? What are you talking about, huh? Why you gotta push my face away so aggressively? You can't just like gently push it away. You just gotta be aggressive with it, huh? Whew. I think I need to eat a banana. Time for a banana break. Pookie, you want a banana? Come here. Pookie. Pookie, come here. You want a banana? Wait, you don't like bananas? Just a banana. Come here, look. Hey, talking to you. You want a banana or what? Fine, no banana for you. What? Oh, there he is. There's Scout. How you feeling, dude? Alright. Have your little afternoon Zoom sesh. Let's get back to this. Alright. A little banana break. Let's finish off some of these leaves. So I think I gotta bring this down. And let's go put some more leaves into the space with, let's see, what kind of brush are we gonna use for this? Take a nice flat brush. This brush I need to retire. That's a brush I need to retire. How did this brush already get stuck? Just got this brush the other day. Somehow these red sable brushes they just don't sit well with me. Cleaning off the brush right now. It's a red sable brush. I can never keep these red sable brushes like. I can just never keep them in tip-top condition. Use my brush comb. See if this can help a little bit. I'm probably gonna ruin this brush, but this little brush comb right here. Let's try to. It's a good time for a little demo. Let's do it. Let's do a little demo here. So we are going to demo our brush cleaner. This is the Masters brush cleaner. This is a 24-ounce container. And all you need is some water. But as you could tell, this brush right here, it's fairly new brush, but I've ruined it a little bit, and there's still some pieces that are stuck in here. So I want to see if I can revive it using this. Just get the extra little bits out. And all you need is I have a little jar of water right here. It's a little jar of water. That's all you need. Just water, and just rub it in and hope for the best. Because sometimes you could sometimes it does magic, sometimes it doesn't work. It all depends on like how far gone your brush is. If your brush is really far gone, it might not be able to revive it, but I think if it's fairly new, you can do some pretty great things. And honestly, it actually does pretty good job on like even some really tough jobs too. But not always. So let's go ahead and rinse off this brush. I just got this Gatorade bottle with water in it, so you know you want to make sure that you don't accidentally mix it up. Let me check out my chat. Do I have all messages set? Chat filter, all messages. Yes, all messages are being seen. Good. All messages. Let's go ahead and clean off this brush. Yeah, I wasn't able to get into. It's not able to get all of the crevices and get rid of all the paint that's stuck. But it's pretty close. I mean, you know, it feels good. It's nice and soft again. But that's the Masters brush cleaner. I used to use a smaller tube. This is like the industrial tube, 24 ounces, way more than necessary. But sometimes if you have like a brush that's really in its like worst situation, you can revive it. You have to like do it like 3 or 4 times, maybe use some warm water. But for this brush, it's fairly new. I didn't have to, it wasn't too difficult. Now I have this other sable brush. So I've got 2 sable brushes. Sable's really hard to take care of, in my opinion. I don't know if I'll ever figure out how to take care of sable brushes, but whatever. But sable brushes, the red sable brushes, are a favorite of many artists. From Richard Schmidt to Bouguereau. When I started mainly with synthetics. Am I what? Am I what, Omizu? You got something to say? Say it. All right. So right over here, we got to fill in this space. So let's just grab like a nice green. Got to grab some more of this green here. I'm gonna grab this Utrecht permanent green light. Am I okay? What? Am I okay? What a bizarre question. Am I okay? What would make me seem not okay? Bizarre question. I think I'm okay. Omizu is officially the king of messing with me. Nobody messes with me more than Omizu. And let's go like this. All right, and here we go. We're gonna come in here, and we're gonna come right here, and let's just paint in this space right here. Give it a nice natural color right there, and then we're gonna go. Let's go right into here. Another shade of green. You get a nice darker shade. Let's go build up and around. Let's keep building up into the trees. Then we go a little darker into the trees. So let's grab our gray or our blue. Let's try to find this color right here. We're gonna go. Actually, you know what? Let's go right into here. We're gonna go right there. Bring just a small leaf, just peeking through the top here. Let's grab something a little lighter here. A little lighter on the color. Grab our mineral spirit. Let's go. Let's throw a leaf right here. Actually, this doesn't really make sense. Let's see. This can come around like this, like that, and then like that. Give a nice big triangle leaf. No, we're just gonna come around like that. We're just gonna go over this. Let's go nice and dark into here. And honestly, I think I've given up, pretty much given up on like trying to make these leaves look too real, like to get the exact shape. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, honestly, trying to figure all this out. So at this point, it's really just about, finding finding a good pattern that looks okay. Let's grab our yellow ochre. Let's go like this. Come around. Do a nice big leaf like this. This will be a big one. Do one that's mostly yellow ochre up here.
You know what would have helped is if I had probably would have been good to sketch this out first. Who goes there?
Me.
It is you?
It is I. Want to get me a ticket for tonight?
Yeah, alright, there you go.
Yeah.
See, you just had to ask.
Too often.
Huh? Oh, she did? Oh, that's good. Great. Look at you.
So I brought our trash out around. But
Look at you with your daughter doing big things, getting
Yeah.
invited to screenings and
yeah, this is a red carpet.
red carpet event. Look at that. So cool. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes.
Such a beautiful thing.
Yes.
All right.
But there's no room in our trash or anything else because someone else put trash in there.
Who's that?
I don't know. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it though. Like that other lady.
I don't know. It sounds like it's a recurring thing now.
Yes, seems to be. I have to start getting ready now.
Okay.
Let's get back to the house at 4. So we can all go together.
Everybody's coming?
Trevor's coming.
Good.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Oh, hi.
All right. And then just the final space. Let's get this final space up in here. Here we go. Just the final space.
Honestly, some of these leaves don't make sense, right? But let's just call it abstraction. Can you tell that some of them don't make sense?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
The leaves?
Yeah.
No, not really. The red devil doesn't really make sense.
Really?
Yeah, but if that's what you want, that's what you want.
Huh?
I said if that's what you want, that's what you want.
Doesn't make sense. That's
Right. So, not to me.
surrealism.
A lot of stuff doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly. So it's all good. Well, I'm worried about it. I have to worry about it because if it doesn't make sense to you, it might not make sense to other people. But then, does it have to make sense?
Right. It's up to you
Does it have to make sense?
to decide what you want. Right?
Yes.
Okay then.
All right, you know what? I think now's a good time to take a break. Take a little rest and breather, or an extended break. So we're going to clean off some of these brushes. And then we'll close up our supplies and then, go on our little moment, go away. End the live stream for now. But everybody here, or if you watch this later, thank you. And cleaning off our supplies right now. It's good to, I usually clean off my brushes after every use, almost every use. Occasionally I forget, but every time I'm switching colors or whatever with the brush, I tend to wipe them off. Let's see, this brush could probably come down here. We could get a little bit of this off here, down here. Get it nice and brushy. So wipe it off. And how I clean my brush nowadays is after each session I dip it in both mineral spirit and oil. And I'll use there's a little coil spring in my oil paint. So in my cleaning oil, I have a little spring in here, and I wipe the brush off on the spring. When I wipe the brush off, that helps me to when I wipe the brush off, that really helps me to spring to help get the paint off. And then when I dip it in mineral spirits, it changes the consistency. And the mineral spirits helps you to pull the paint off, loosen it on the brush, mix it in the oil. And give it a nice wipe down. And some brushes require a little bit more care than others. Oh, hey, what's up? Looks like a photo. Thank you. I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so this is actually based on a painting. So I am painting from a photo. This is based on a painting called, this is a study of a painting called Girl Defending Herself Against Eros, E-R-O-S. If you want to look up my reference, you can. But technically, I am painting from a photo, not the actual reference itself. So you're right, it can look like a photo. Yeah, I'm painting actually as opposed to like the painting itself, but yeah, there is. If you want to see a fascinating painting, the original. If you live in Los Angeles, you can see the original at the Getty Center. And it is the reason why I'm painting this is because it's my favorite artwork at the museum, and I made a decision that I absolutely had to do a study of it. But I'm actually about to take a break right now. I've been streaming for a few hours, painting for a few hours, and I need a break right now. It's a good time to take a little break. So that's what I'm gonna do. Thank you so much. If you want to get into painting, there's all the supplies that I use. Not all the supplies, but a lot of supplies that I use are pretty much in the bottom row here. All the essentials. I've used pretty much all of these paints at one point or another if I don't still use them. And it's just a great fun thing. It's absolutely amazing to just have something that you could do, and it's just always waiting for you. Like you could have set up an easel in your apartment, and it's always waiting for you. You wake up in the morning, you can't sleep, you can paint. You wake up in the middle of the night, you can't sleep, you paint. You get home from work, and you're anxious to do something, you pick up a paintbrush and just paint. It's great to have an activity like painting that's just ready and waiting. It's just like there. And it's calling your name. The paints are calling your name. But yeah, this is what I'll be working on this project for a while. I want to say that I'm like at most 20% done. And it's been about 20 hours, so I can imagine that this will take me another 80 hours or so. We'll see. We shall see. Did I use a live model? So I did not use a live model for this. Again, the name of this painting is the original painting that I'm basing this off of is Girl Defending Herself Against Eros, the god. So E-R-O-S. Or it's not a god, it's a cherub, Cupid, aka Cupid, right? So I modified it a little bit. But you can see the original painting by an artist named Bouguereau, Bouguereau. Bouguereau. It's a French word. But you can look them up, and if you want to see the original, you can see the original. And this is pretty much as close as I can possibly get it. But it's a fantastic painting, phenomenal painting, the original. And I just wanted to do a study of it. I've seen it multiple times in person, and it's just my favorite painting. Like I think that the photo of it, if you look up a photo, it doesn't even begin to like capture when you see it in person. When you see it in person, it's like, wow. It's just like you can feel the skin. You can feel her skin, and it just like when you see the painting, you can almost feel what the figure actually feels like. It's wild. Just an amazing painting. Love it. So I decided that I'd turn a study out of it. But thanks for tuning in. I will be back later today. Been streaming for a few hours painting. And I'm reaching this point. How I know when I need to stop painting is when I start to paint and I'm like, okay, I'm not thinking about it as much anymore. I'm not like, I reach a point where I kind of like lose focus, and that can cause issues in the long run. So that's when I know I need to paint. But have I ever used a live model? Yes, I have used a live model before. Not for her, because she's based on another painting, and that artist definitely probably used a lot of live models to figure out her pose. But there we go. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sharing some of your thoughts. Thanks for asking questions. And be sure to subscribe or whatever makes you happy. And I'll be back a little later. Take care. Thank you. Bye.